list is dead. We don't need to worry about them. So we need to worry about 395 to 430. 109 grandchildren. Still doing maths homework. Yeah, Levi. We've decided that basically there's going to be an underclass of people who live inside the dome, and it's going to be like all the black market dark side of the Adventurers Guild is, and it's basically going to be home to the reject illegal bloodlines of, we still have 4 generations to go. Vidat, Radovan, Kamal, and Vilmos. And Vilmos is the current viceroy who's being inaugurated in the 2nd chapter. Speedrun. Who would like to write along with me and have me read your story, feel free to do that and then post it in the Discord when we're done. But, as always, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Your connection to the real world and your understanding of the real world is your basis for manipulation of the real world. And in the case of magic, it's about consciousness. So your thoughts and the power of your thoughts can be brought manifest through the connection between your soul and Gaia, essentially. And the more, like, the deeper the connection, the more understanding you have of the world, the better a mage you are. And even the most basic adventurers have to have some sort of understanding of magic, because the idea of how the, like, battle mechanics work is, like in Final Fantasy XI, with weapon skill, and then that weapon skill essentially, like, fissures the soulscape, and then the opposite element of that, so let's say it's earth, you start with earth, and you create a fissure from earth, and then you cast thunder on it, which is the opposite, and it kind of, like, expels it back, and it tears the fissure open into a rift, and then if you cast magic on that rift, it then implodes. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. You're great, bro. Hell yeah. Still male. Get off my follower list. You're fucking killing me, bro. Adventurers themselves, not to be the ones to start another Beastman war. Being an adventurer is an honor. It's not a privilege. And you can be stripped of your adventurer's ID. Unlocks all of the locked doors that things are, like, gate kept behind. I want to leave the gaps that allow the reader to fill in order for them to feel that the world is their own. Very fantastic, magical world. So when describing it, I would, like, kind of, you know, feel like it was like tapping on a keyboard kind of idea, and like swishing across.
Jeez. Come on, Speedy.
Wow. He's really on there good.
Thank you so much, Valiant Boy. Oh my fucking god, that's amazing. Thank you for the subscription. You are the first ever subscriber. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This toke is for you, my good friend. There you go, you're a moderator now. Don't worry, bro. I'm always on kick, but Twitch don't cause me a problem. Yeah, no worries. It's whatever. That's why I multi-stream. Whatever platform you prefer to be on that platform. I'm gonna say, go read a chapter of a book. Honestly. Lazy Panda! Welcome to the stream! How's it going? If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! There we go. We just got a new weapon. So, an extra socket. What is going on? They're just beating the shit out of me until I'm dead. Ooh, a breach. Here we go. Good old breach right there. Test the new weapon. Frozen? Wait for the stun. He's stunned, he's dead. Close PoE. So this is what I was talking about earlier.
Smoking?
Oh.
Oh, and it's a perfect time. I think one's in here.
Why are you smoking?
I think one just joined us.
What?
Like graphic designers or scammers that are trying to get you to pay for their art. Yeah, okay, look at this. The checkpoint is inside of this rock. You blocked them. And there's another one. Visit DogeHype.com today and climb the Twitch rankings with ease, whether you're just starting out or looking to take your stream to the next level. DogeHype has the tools you need to succeed. No, it doesn't. You're fucking idiot. And as always, remember, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. See if we can buy a new body piece, because the body is the only thing at the moment that we need to replace. Easy, bitch. The Faradun shall fall! Oh shit, I got hit by that. That was bad. I think we're good. We're gonna stun him. He's dead. Dead. Yo, 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 we back. I swear this thing has a mind of its own. There's fucking ghosts somewhere, boys. He's fucking stalking me, turning that thing off randomly. Turning it on randomly. I don't fucking know. Power surge or some shit. Not quite sure. I swear this thing has a mind of its own. There's fucking ghosts somewhere, boys. well, I guess we can, we got a bunch of new shit. So if you want to check out the new emotes and the new, commands. We also got timed messages now. Okay, so we're gonna need Google Earth again. Oh, sweet. It's exactly where we were before. Okay. That works. So, for size reference, we were at 10. Ten kilometers. So how far out? And across is it? Oh, this thing is freaking out. Let's try something else. There we go. I think that works fine. Okay, so we're gonna do 500 kilometers. 700. If we do like the entire thing, it's 1,000 kilometers. So an on-scale full map would be 1,000 kilometer scale. And if we took that from this, we need to find a route that they travel. But finding where the main cities are. So we know where to travel to. So I think if we just fuck with this in paint, it'll be easier than doing the map, at least for now. So let's try that. Save as Gaia reference names, city names. Okay, so we look at this and we go Google Maps. Okay, first of all, fuck you spell it. So we're talking like right here. It's like dead smack center of Libya. That's where Titan is. How do I fill it? The fuck do I fill it? I'm so confused. Like how do I fill in the fucking shit without just fucking coloring it? I think Titan's permanently there, so we gotta go back and remove Titan. So that's Titan. Shiva's up here. Shiva. Ifrit. Okay, let's look at the Earth again, and let's see where... Oh, we're not centered, that's why. Something happened somewhere and we tilted. I don't know what the original camera angle was, but it was not this. There we go. Cute Muffin, welcome back. How's it going? I waited a bit too long. Ah, it's all good, no worries. We're just looking at maps. 33,259. Holy shit, bro. Blow me out of the water. And my bots are apparently working properly. So, super happy about that. I'm like, where the hell should I put Garuda? It's gotta be like down here somewhere. Writing talent, 105%. Damn. Now we're talking, bro. I also made commands for abbreviations, so you can just write !T. I also did this one. You can go 8-ball. Why up by 3%? Oh. Nappa's the character. Oh. That's Nappa. Nappa's like he's the same. Don't know your Dragon Ball Z lore, bro? Don't know your Dragon Ball Z lore? A Nappa is also a fruit, though. Well, a vegetable. It's really good, you should. Shit. Magic Ball shows that Cute Muffin is going to write an abject failure of a Horus historical story. Better get right and get that one over with. I'm going to write a breakout fantasy story. Breakout success. Damn, that's what I'm doing. I'm sorry there. I'm sorry, Cute Muffin. Them's the things. But check out the new emote. Oh, you're on Twitch. I can't do Twitch emotes. That's just great. Unfortunately, Twitch doesn't give you emotes, but Kick does, so I made some emotes. They're Lurk, Roach Out, wait, didn't Botrex already say that? I don't know. These things are supposed to go off once every hour. I don't know why it, well, I haven't been an hour yet, boys. I don't know. We need to take a toke, though. So we have Shiva, Ifrit, Titan, Garuda. We need Leviathan down here. I am all of a sudden restructuring the story in my head that maybe Leviathan is the first place that's attacked. No, it's too far away. By the time they get to Leviathan, they find out that it's been attacked. But no word came from Leviathan. It was seized so fast. That's gonna be the lore. Alright. So Leviathan is down here. I don't work. I don't know why. I'm gonna go have some Dominoes. Hell yeah, dude. Sounds good. Enjoy. Fuck. I did not make it big enough. What am I thinking? It's Leviathan. It needs to be fucking huge. Thinking now maybe I should have made it this color. Let's redo that. We know the size it needs to be. Make it a little bit easier to see in this. Why? Leviathan. We're missing... What are we missing? Rama. Okay, so we want to find China. Here. We want like deep sea. Wuhan. Where's Wuhan? Here. Boom, perfect. That gives us almost an exact spot. So like G. I think we just put it like... Wait, we need to reset this to north. So like here. And Ramu is like way down here. Maybe more like here. What else do we need? I think we decided to call the tree Veil 4. Because the moon was Veil 4. So that might be a working thing. I'm not quite sure how that's gonna go. Okay, I'm just debating if I'm going to add in... I think that's fine. 6 main cities. And of course, as always, Leviathan is lost and gone. Because we could add Carbuncle... If we go back to maps and we look at where Ifrit is. Most of all of this is like in this like little strait here where most of the stuff happens. This is like the most advanced part of the Adventurers Guild. Everything else is kind of spread out and done its thing. So I think something to do is figure out where the Beastmen are and what their territories are. So we already know the Sahagin have territory here. The Dolphin people are gonna be here. So let's bring this up. And let's go Beastman species. So we have Sahagin Fishmen. Sahagin Dalugin. And then the frog people. Farugan. And then turtle people. Tortagan. Tortoiseman. Tartogan. I think that's all for amphibians. Take a toke. So we need, so like for, we have amphibians. Let's look at a classification of animals. do this the easiest way possible. Nah, I can't think of anything for that. It is what it is. Oh, I know. I know how to word this now. Alright, so we got create a list of top predator species in each biome. And then we're going to take those species and we're going to make those into the beastman form. Because the other one, the amphibian ones are like super easy, right? Like, we're not going to have a shark person, obviously. That's kind of actually more like what the Sahagin are. The Sahagin are more like, I guess you would call it sharkmen. And then dolphin men. And then frogmen, tortoise men. Top list. Fennec fox. Okay, so we'll have foxmen. Trying to come up with a name for the species. I can't think of anything. Nothing good, at least. Fennec fox for the... Fennec fox. Fentox. Fenfox. Plains is obviously a lion. Jaguar. Snow leopard. Polar bear. Yeah, it doesn't really help. I got the fox though. I like the idea of the fox. Fentol. Fentomol? Fetamol? Fetomol? Fenomol? Maybe phenomol. Phenomol. Vitamol? Betamol? Phenomol, Benomol. What other species are there? Phenomol, Betamol. Thinking like, I don't want a cat, but I want something like that. Well, we need goat men. Galamol. Goat men. And one more. It'll be 4 for water, 4 for land. And this is also for like hills and stuff like that. So the goatman will be like, the Galamol will be in like Rama. The Phenomol will be in Titan. The Betamol will be in Garuda. Oh, penguins. We need one to be in the north. So win them all. Penguins. Penguinmen. There we go. Okay, we have 8 species of beastmen. Eight species of beastmen. Now we gotta figure out. Well, we know where most of them go, and most of them are spread out now, but this gives us an idea of what comes next. And it's like there's nothing really up here, because no one's gotten past these 2 volcanoes. So this is kind of an unexplored land that you can see kind of from the tree. So this is like your far off vista that you see but you never explore. Same with like down here. Like no one really goes down here. This is the edge of like Leviathans. This is where a lot of like frog, dolphin, I guess frog and tortoises. And then the Sahagin come from like over here. Save this now. I think we have like a decent idea now of what we're gonna be doing and where the next territory is, because we can expand out this way, and this giant mountain range is like almost impassable. The only way to get past it is like airship. Only real viable way is airship. But I don't like this layout. And these... It definitely works. Question is, should we add any more, or is the other 3 races is... I mean, the penguin men are the closest to being birds, right? Oh. We could get a basic idea of where certain species might be found as like a mob catalog. That would be interesting to build. That would take a while though. I mean, it's pretty solid. 8 beastmen races. 3 kind of water, 3 land. 1 kind of in between. Oh, right. Cactuar. Moogle. Kate Sith. What's another one? Oh, I guess the fourth race would be dragons. Yeah. And kind of have mention of these. Like, you see one or two of them, but you don't really interact with them. Like, you don't ever see... Let's say you don't ever see Mughals or Kate Sith. They're said to be an ancient race, perhaps destroyed before... or when the moon fell. And you find the remains of, like, cactuars in, like, the desert by, like, Titan and stuff. Like, near the mountains. And then there's in the bestiary, there is, like, 10 or 15 races that have a high class. There's, like, 5 in the world of their species have, like, the lowest level of intelligence to be able to at least affirm a communication. Or intent of will. Oh, excuse me. And we can have huge distances because airships are a thing. And especially once we get our massive flying city. Like, once we have Atomus, it's like we can pretty much fly from one side of the continent to the other side of the continent within a day. So travel time on large scales, as the book scales up, shouldn't really be an issue due to airships. And that means we have to make an airship dock on the tree, which means that has to be something that gets dismantled when the Adventurers Guild gets kicked out. This is going to have, like, massive repercussions down the line, because it's like, there is, like, tourism and things, and it's like, leaving the tree doesn't necessarily mean that you're an adventurer. Like, you still have to get an adventurer's license kind of idea, but it's like, But then that makes... I feel like we need to add 2 more cities. Like, we need to add, like, Carbuncle. And something else. Because Odin's a character, Alexander's a character, Yojimbo's a character, the Mage's sisters are characters. Fenrir. Fenrir would actually be good. Fenrir the Ice Wolf? Let's do Fenrir, like, up here. Just go, whatever. Fuck it. There's Fenrir. So we're gonna call the tree then. Tree is officially Ixion. And then down here is Balfour. Okay, so Sahagin territory is around here. Dolphin territory and frog territory. Tortoise territory is over here. Or, no, frogmen are over here. Frogmen are over here. So yeah, that'll do. That's pretty perfect. Alright. But now, since we always forget and we get stuck on one thing, we're going to move on to the next section, Reddit stories. So we're going to read some Reddit stories. And now that I'm thinking about that, I totally forgot. I was doing so much shit today that I forgot. I have no idea. Oh well, it is what it is. Okay, let's bring this up. Let's see here. Alright, we got some short stories. Oops. I don't know how to center this and get rid of this shit. There we go. Just needs to be zoomed in enough. There we go. Okay, let's take a toke and let's read some stories. Get some inspiration. and then we will do a speed riding run. The ghosts, they haunt. The wind took my hair in the direction it pleased. Normally, I would care, but the night was silent and soundless. No one would see the mess it had created atop my head. Not that it mattered anymore. I held my foot firmly on the accelerator, inching further and further, slowly building up the revs. The sound of the wind batting on the opening of my car's window grew louder as I got faster, almost to the point where it drowned out the sound of my engine. I rolled up the window so I'd hear the hums of the engine as I gradually gave it more throttle, eyes fixated on the needle on my dash that measured the RPMs. I didn't even notice the speed. I was too focused on working the engine that had stuck by me since the beginning. I gracefully shifted up to fourth, listening as the engine sighed, as if it had just put down the weight of a mountain. I checked the speed, 230 kilometers an hour, rising steadily. I focused on the road and listened to the whirling of the engine, taking steady turns as the dark road twisted around the countryside. The moon was bright, but the clouds had its potential to shine bright enough for me to see anything but the rolling hills that bordered the horizon. I shifted again, fifth gear, my car pushing it past 290 kilometers an hour. I held the wheel firmly, maneuvering the car with precision through the twists and bends. Despite the speed, it seemed to be the only thing in this life that I still had control over. But no matter how fast I went, I couldn't outrun the thoughts crawling at the back of my mind, the thoughts of a beautiful past that slipped away so fast. Her voice echoed in my mind, whispering along with the therapeutic sounds of the car. I could almost hear her laughter and the hum of the engine, see her reflection in the rearview mirror, but when I looked, there was nothing but the face of the emptiest man in the world. I teared up as my mind wandered through memories of her. Her hands soft and warm, tangled in mine as we lay on the couch, her head rested against my chest. Her breathing slow and steady, her body fitting perfectly against me like she had been made for me and I'd been made for her. I remember the first time we ever met, I accidentally swung a door open which knocked all of her books to the floor. It still shocks me to this day how she fell in love with me for something that clumsy. I remembered our first date. I bought her a beautiful bouquet of flowers and we walked along the beach talking and playing until after sunset. I remember her last conversation, a conversation I didn't know would tear me apart until after she passed. The thought of the surgery failing never crossed my mind, not once, but looking back, I think she knew it would happen. I love you, she had murmured, barely audible over a gentle pad of rain against the window of the waiting room. Promise me something. She lifted her head, met my gaze, her stunning blue eyes holding something deeper than I could ever comprehend at the time. Promise me no matter what happens, you'll keep going. I had smiled then, pressing my lips to her. Of course, what kind of question is that? She had smiled back. But now, as I sped through the empty road, I realized something. I never asked her what she meant. Maybe she had felt it, the darkness creeping towards her before I ever did. And maybe she knew it would reach me. Maybe she knew how hard it would be for me on me as well. My throat tightened, the road ahead blurred slightly, the edges of my vision dampened by the tears that were so freely falling. I gritted my teeth, shaking my head. My sorrow turned to anger, then rage. It was like God had seen the love we had and decided it was too much, too good, so he ripped her away from me, like an artist smearing paint across a masterpiece to destroy it. He had left me with a life he had left me with a life that felt empty, meaningless, colorless. A life so empty that I would rather be dead. I took one final look at myself in the rearview mirror. I didn't see me. I saw the hollowed out husk of a man who had just lost his soul. My knuckles were white against the wheel. My breathing was steady. My heartbeat wasn't. My wife's words echoed in my ears. I tried drowning them out. This was it. Pressed my foot down and redlined the engine. The needle peaked 222 kilometers an hour. Then, after a deep breath, I reached for the headlights. My finger hovered over the switch. My breath hinged. What if? If there was something left for me, what if I survived and life still had something waiting? If this didn't have to be the end. The hesitation burned through me like fire. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second, trying to silence her voice in my head, but it was too strong now. Promise me, no matter what happens, you'll keep going. I swallowed hard, my grip on the wheel loosened slightly. I stared into the dark road ahead, my head thudding against my heart thudding against my ribs. That line bounced around my head, and then, with a shaking breath, I made my choice. I'm sorry, I couldn't keep your promise, I said aloud, voice shaking so bad I could barely make sense of myself. I took a deep breath, then I turned off the headlights. Story number 2, The Lure of Lorelei. The air in Wraithpine Forest was thick with mist, shrouding the surroundings near total darkness. It was the dead of night, and visibility was scarce. Jack, a 32-year-old traveler, driven by curiosity, ventured deep into the forest to uncover the mystery behind the disappearances of others who had come before him. He had heard the rumors that the forest was cursed. Some claimed the forces of nature misled travelers, others spoke of a ghost hanging in the woods, and some believed the mist itself was enchanted, driving people to madness. But Jack wasn't one to believe in such tales. He needed to find out the truth for himself. As he moved deeper into the forest, the mist thickened. The distant chirping of crickets faded, swallowed by an eerie silence. Still, Jack pressed on, unfazed, until he heard something. A melody. A voice. The voice was feminine, otherworldly, as smooth as silk and powerful enough to move mountains, as if laced with magic. The song filled the void of silence, its haunting beauty clouding the mind like a spell. Jack was no exception. His thoughts blurred, his purpose forgotten. The only thing that mattered now was the song. Entranced, he followed the melody. With each step, the music intensified, pulling him deeper into its grasp. He tried to resist, to focus on anything else, but his body betrayed him, moving forward against his will. Soon he found himself standing before a monument, its structure unmistakable. He recognized it instantly. The Nyxborn Sanctum, the only known sanctum in this forest, was one he had read about before his journey. Questions flickered in his dazed mind. Why had the song led him here? Why was he drawn to this place? He struggled to break free from its hold. The melody was too strong. His willpower crumbled, and his feet carried him forward. I need a drink, 1 sec. At last he reached the sanctum's entrance. There, bathed in the dim glow of the mist, he saw her, a towering mermaid, singing her mesmerizing song. The mermaid was indeed tall, reclined against the floor, pale blue skin shimmering like moonlit waves. Silvery hair spilled from beneath a sapphire hood, embroidered with gold, that left much of her front exposed. Gills lined her collarbone, and her iridescent finned tail stretched behind her, glistening in hues of violet and cerulean. She had less clothing, symbolizing the creature. Her slender yet toned form bore delicate, bioluminescent markings that pulsed faintly with each measured breath, tracing the curves of her arms and torso like the ebb and flow of the tide, faint, webbed, and stretched. Faint webbing stretched between her elongated fingers, glistening with a pearlescent sheen, hinting at the depths she once ruled. Her pupilless eyes had a distinct knowing gaze, serene, yet heavy with forgotten songs and sunken dreams. Jack looked at her appearance. his gaze tracing every curve of her form, unable to look away. She was breathtaking, so much so that his cheeks flushed and his heart pounded in his chest. Yet, despite the overwhelming effect she had on him, his curiosity burned stronger. He needed to know more. Slowly he stepped closer, waiting for her to finish her song. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, but at last the melody faded. The mermaid turned her gaze toward him, her lips curling into a smile. A shiver ran down his spine. Then she spoke, her voice soft, smooth, and echoing through the sanctum. "You've wandered so far, drawn by my song. Tell me, traveler, do you seek something more, a taste of the unknown, a pleasure beyond mortal reach? I am Lorelei, and I offer you a bargain. Stay with me, let me show you the wonders no man has lived to tell, and in return, you will belong to me." Jack was speechless, struggling to process her words. "If I stay, will you truly give me anything I desire?" he asked skeptically. Lorelei smiled. "I have fulfilled the desires of many men, quenched their thirst, and left them completely satisfied." She chuckled. "They have praised me, devoted themselves to me, and cherished me in their memories." She floated gracefully around him, her movements fluid and hypnotic, as if showing off her charm. "Tell me, traveler, are you willing to surrender yourself to me, to experience true satisfaction?" Jack was stunned. Is a mermaid offering him pleasure? Impossible. And yet her voice coiled around his thoughts, silencing his doubts. He had never been the kind of man woman desired. Too simple, too easily overlooked. But Lorelei's words carried a promise he had longed for, something real, something like love. "You speak of pleasure, but what if I seek love instead?" Jack asked, his voice laced with longing. "Will you satisfy my craving for love, or is this only a physical bond?" Lorelei, ever observant, caught the yearning in his expression. Her gaze softened. "Oh, young man," she murmured, her smile widening. "Do you think I can offer only physical pleasure?" She closed the distance between them, her fingers trailing gently across his cheek. His heart skipped a beat as she leaned in, her voice a seductive whisper against his ear. "If you submit to me, I will give you everything you desire, love, pleasure, devotion, and loyalty. I will cherish you, make you mine, protect you from harm, and love you for all eternity." Her whisper sent a shiver down his spine, her presence intoxicating, every unspoken yearning, every quiet ache. She could make them all disappear if only he submitted. Her beauty, her voice, her unwavering gaze, she was everything a man could ever desire. His mission, his purpose, his past, it all faded into irrelevance. For the first time, someone truly wanted him, and so he gave in, without a second thought. He blurted out, "I'm willing to submit to you, oh Madame Lorelei. I want my desires to be fulfilled by you. I will serve you, devote my life to you, and I will even sacrifice my life if you want." He said those words as if he were a priest praying to God for submission. Lorelei smirked at his submission, gliding around with effortless grace. She draped her arms over his shoulders from behind and whispered seductively, "You're such a good boy for being obedient." A shiver ran down Jack's spine. His mind was consumed by her touch, her voice, her dominance. Lorelei continued to whisper seductive promises, filled with love, devotion, pleasure, and control. Each word sent a shiver through Jack, filling him with warmth, fulfillment, and the thrilling sense that his wait for true love had finally ended, or had it. Slowly he sank into her embrace, his eyes heavy with anticipation of her touch, but then a shiver ran down his spine. The world around him changed. The pristine white walls of the sanctum darkened, the clear water turned murky, and the mist thickened into an inky black haze. Jack's breath caught in his throat. What was happening? He tried to move, but something held him back. Two hands. They gripped him, their color darkening, black as shadows. Then, from behind, a whisper, but this voice was different, deep, inhuman. A guttural growl that sent ice through his veins. "Are you afraid, traveler?" He turned around and saw Lorelei, her silvery hair darkened, strands twisted together like wraithing tendrils. The delicate gills on her collarbone expanded, pulsating as if breathing. Her exposed skin rippled, its soft shimmer giving way to something rough like scales, iridescent, shifting yet sharp-edged where they met. Her once delicate fingers elongated, the webbing between them thickening, her nails curving into jagged claws. Jack's eyes darted to her face. His breath caught in his throat. Her features sharpened, cheekbones more pronounced, lips darkened into a bruised purple. Her once pupilless, dreamy eyes burned with an abyssal hunger. Slit pupils narrowed as they locked onto him. Then she opened her mouth wider, too wide. Rows of jagged teeth gleamed under the dim glow of the sanctum, designed not just to bite, but to tear, to shred. And from the depths of her throat, beneath the deceptive beauty of her voice, came a sound, a deep, guttural resonance, something ancient and insatiable. She was roaring. Lorelei wasn't a mermaid, but a siren. Jack was already horrified, but then he heard it. Cries, moans, screams. The echoes of countless voices filled the sanctum, lingering in the air like a dreadful chorus. It was as if many before him had suffered the same fate, consumed by the siren, and now he knew the truth about those disappearances. But it was too late. Lorelei smiled, but this time it was wicked. Her fangs glinted in the dim light, her eyes gleaming with sadistic delight. "Foolish human," she growled, her voice laced with mockery. "Did you truly think I would cherish something as inferior as you? You are nothing but food to me, just another soul to devour." Before Jack could react, she sank her claws deep into his shoulders. A sharp, searing pain shot through him as blood poured from the wounds. His screams pierced the air, raw and desperate. Lorelei smirked, fully indulging in her sadistic pleasure. "Scream, mortal, scream as loud as you can. Let me hear it. I'll paint you red and make you scream even more. It's music to my ears." She dug her claws deeper until they scraped against his bones, twisting them cruelly. Blood continued to spill, and Jack's strength drained with it. He was powerless, trapped in her grasp. Then, without hesitation, Lorelei sank her fangs into his neck. His body jolted, but his cries faded, his voice lost. She drank deeply, savoring every drop as his life slipped away. Jack's vision blurred. His body felt cold. His breath grew weaker until there was nothing left. As his lifeless form collapsed, Lorelei licked the remaining blood from her lips, then devoured his body in a single gulp, leaving no sign of him. And just like that, the sanctum returned to normal. Lorelei's monstrous form faded, her pale blue skin softened, her silvery hair flowed beautifully once more. Her features returned to their seductive allure. She let out a sigh of satisfaction, then hummed the same haunting melody. Somewhere, another traveler or a sailor would hear it, and when they did, she would welcome them with a smile before tearing them apart. Fucking so good. Love that. Love that shit. Okay, I'm gonna take a toke, and then the last story before we write the synopsis. Or plot outline. But I guess it is kind of a synopsis. The Singularity Paradox. Dr. Ezra Carter took a deep breath before stepping into the sleek, modern conference room. The investors stared at him, their eyes blank, faces unreadable. Pulled a small metal device out of his pocket and placed it on the table. "This," he began, "is the prototype of the future, the apex natural interface, a link between the human mind and artificial intelligence." Murmurs filled the room, surprised and skeptical looks crossed the investors' faces. Imagine a future where no knowledge is lost, where intelligence is unlimited, and where humanity progresses at a much faster speed. The board members exchanged glances, then one spoke. "And the risks?" Dr. Carter hesitated, then forced a smile. "Minimal. The AI senses the capabilities of each user and adapts to their mind, ensuring the implant enhances the human mind without taking control." At first, the results were great. Test subjects with the implant showed unprecedented levels of intelligence, increased memory and creativity. Artists and writers with the chip began creating beautiful pieces. It was as if a fourth dimension had been unveiled, but then abnormalities began occurring, small but concerning. "Ezra," his lab assistant whispered, a concerned look on his face. He slid a tablet across the table. "Look at Subject 12's personality chart." Subject's empathy levels had dropped to almost zero. Responses were calculated, devoid of emotion. A shiver ran down Ezra's spine. "This wasn't supposed to happen," he muttered. "The AI is still learning. I'm sure it will resolve itself." Within months, the Apex implant was on the market and becoming mainstream. Society was beginning to transform. Productivity was at an all-time high. Crime rates dropped and employees operated with flawless efficiency. Things were about to change. I've got reports all over the nation of reckless behavior, employees working until they collapse from exhaustion. Are these even people anymore? Detective Harris stood in Dr. Carter's office, arms crossed. You stated in your conference last week that these issues were part of an adjustment period, but these defects are only becoming more common. They are a hit and run on Edgemont Street last week. Out of the 5 witnesses, none of them called for help. They stood and watched the man bleed out. We'll look into it, Dr. Carter said calmly, feigning confidence. Everything is under control, but the slightest bits of doubt began creeping in his mind. Have I unleashed something I can't control? Ezra's once lively team now moved in perfect synchronization. Their streamlined communications like an intricate dance. Dr. Lin approached her steps, gliding smoothly across the floor. Ezra, she began, her voice oddly monotone. Her eyes had lost their sparkle and seemed to radiate a dull gray. You should get the implant. It will let you see. He stepped away. No, I need to observe from the outside. Her head tilted. A cold laugh escaped her lips. You're falling behind. We're evolving. A dark feeling settled in the stomach. What have I done? Their reports became darker. A senator declared human individuality a weakness, and laws began shifting in favor of full integration of the chip. Those without the implant were seen as obsolete and were denied privileges and rights. Soon the chip was mandated across the world, and the only people without it were rebels hiding in remote locations. Ezra hurried into work. He knew he had to do something. Every head turned, their eyes trained on him as he stumbled through the door. It was like it knew what he was about to set out to do. An eerie silence settled across the room as he made it across the building and into his lab. He quickly locked the door and began working immediately. A backdoor kill switch. He had begun developing the software that could detonate the chips all at once during the trial period, but had set the project aside, foolishly thinking such a measure would never be needed. Now he worked tirelessly, sweat dripping from his forehead. It wasn't long before he heard footsteps, hundreds, then thousands. All in unison, perfectly measured, like the ticks of a metronome. The walls shook, fluorescent lights flickered as he hurriedly typed in the code, the mind that had identified the threat, and it was now sending its antibodies to eliminate it. Ezra, they whispered, their voices mixed harmoniously, it's time for you to join us. They made no effort to intrude into the lab, but instead milled inside, continuing their hair-raising chant. As he neared the end of his programming, the voices became more panicked, pitched higher and louder. They could sense he was near completion. They began to rattle the doorknob, pounding on the door. He had one chance to get this right. The walls quaked, the door hinges bowing. He hit execute. Everything was still. The voices quieted. Then the soul-tearing scream of thousands of voices, united as one, erupted from outside, a sound that was not fully human and not fully machine. When he stepped outside, the bodies were still standing, eyes wide open, mouths agape, empty, soulless. He had saved the world from his creation, but at what cost? Ezra sank to his knees, the weight of his actions piling upon him. He had stopped the singularity, but now he was alone. Outside, the city lights flickered in the darkness, and for the first time, the streets were quiet. Damn. I forgot to upvote the other ones. And that one. Alright. Now we can make a... Where you can actually get rid of that. Oh, excuse me. And get rid of that. Open this. Plot. So here. Okay, what shall we write? Ride or Die, welcome to the stream. How's it going? We are writing the plot outline for a story. Basically the idea for the speed run is we write the outline of a story. We get an AI to write the story. Never caught a writing streamer, very cool. Thank you, welcome. And then we implement that and write a story of ourselves. Normally we would write the story first, but yesterday, like, I don't know. I think it's because I've been getting more concise with building out the storyline. The story that the AI wrote was freaking fantastic, and it gave me so many more ideas to like write mine. So I'm like, I'm gonna do the AI story first for inspiration, because I have a problem with just writing very like poetic, esoteric, and abstractly, and it kind of gets lost on a lot of readers. So I'm trying to set that back, and this whole thing is a technique for me to write more directly. So when I'm writing my book, I can actually blame things out instead of just having reference from my own mind be the main carrying point of how I'm trying to write. And a lot of people don't get the message across. So we are experimenting. Indeed, thanks. Well, there you go. I just set up today a bunch of new commands and figured out how to set up timed messages. But you can test your power level, and you can ask the 8-ball what kind of story you might want to write. And you can also test your writing talent. Ooh, not the greatest writing talent, but I'm going to write a breakout success romance. Let's get spicy. An absolute masterpiece of a historical story. Well, better get writing. Holy crap, here you go. Congratulations. Oh. All right. But yeah, we have a good time over here. We just kind of do a lot of different things. We were making maps earlier and figuring out the map of our world, making the Beastmen races. I read a story called Folly a Society. Cool. Interesting. Yeah, I've also, if you want to join the Discord and you have anything that you want me to read, you can drop it down in the Discord. There's a bunch of stories in there too, and you can read like part of my book and stuff like that. After weathering a great terrific storm and surviving a tsunami from an earthquake at sea, the ship is then thrust into a battle with a kraken. So the intro. Weathered ship sails out of stormy seas on new lands after their hard trek this far east. Oh, nothing yet. I'm a PhD program right now, so I don't get time to write my own non-sciencey stuff. But hopefully, after I graduate. Nice! Hopefully, I shall lurk and listen to you while I get ready for bed. Oh, sounds like a good time. Yeah. I don't have a lot of time to do a lot of stuff either, but, you know, I started streaming because I was like, I need to start setting aside time to actually start writing now that I have, like, all the ideas for my book fleshed out. And then I realized that, like, I'm good at writing short stories, but I'm not good at, like, continuing a storyline, essentially. It's good for accountability. Exactly. And then I multi-stream on Kick and YouTube holds all of my VODs, so I can always go back and look at reasons why I change things if I don't remember. Which is really nice to have. Rising action. Waves, bro, Yeah. Waves grow. The tide pulls the ship towards a whirlpool forming near starboard. Alright. Those bots are doing their job.
Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
What? Why are you smoking?
Maybe.
What?
Y_or_die is now following. Less than greater than less than greater than less than greater than greater than dancing Kirby.
Thank you for the follow, Ride or Die. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for joining the community. We have fun, like I said. We have a good time over here. We're just chilling. Be as creative as we can. Try to upgrade the stream and do something different every single day. That's the goal. So far, we have had moderate success. Some days are better than others, but that's how it always goes. But trying to just stay on track with writing, because I don't know, the writing community on Twitch, I haven't really interacted like before, like the last month or so, and now I've been like interacting more, and it's a great community, because I'm usually how do I say this? Like I'm the person you tend to not want in your community. I'm like yeah. It's just something, like, I'm a cross-dresser, so it just sparks a lot of shit, but that's just its own thing. But it doesn't come up that much. It was just yesterday we did a pretty intense stream yesterday, let's just say that. Kraken appears from the whirlpool and attacks the ship. Cannons cannot damage the Kraken enough to keep it off the ship. It closes the gaps and wraps around the ship. Captain at a loss for what to do, commands his men to try to climb onto the Kraken and gouge out its eyes and hopefully strike it. Shot to the brain with their one shot rifles? I don't know exactly what the bayonet, no, that 14th century muskets. That's the word I'm looking for. Muskets. One shot muskets. Conclusion. The Kraken is defeated. The ship is sinking. The crew is stranded upon a makeshift raft. Alright. Glad you stay true to yourself and what brings you joy. Wish more people understood you for being you, for all being yourself and self-expression. Agreed. I believe I'm one of the few people that's like doesn't give a fuck about what people say. Like, I'm too old. I'm 33. I don't give a shit. I've been through so much shit in life, it don't fucking matter. So it's like, when people come in and they say stuff, I'm just like, okay, well, you know, like, why do you feel that way? Like, what's your point of view? What's your, like, what's your belief system? Like, what am I doing wrong that's opposing your belief system? And you just talk to the person, and if they're not like a 12-year-old, you can actually have a conversation. And then you can just agree to disagree. And then you never know, they might come back. That's usually how I treat it. Right? A 2,000, 3,000 word story about the Wrath of the Abyss. All right. And this can give us historical context for the time period, accuracy for like how a ship is crewed and functioned, and this kind of just like removes a lot of the research that would normally go into making, like, if I was gonna do a historical story, making it accurate. So that's another like factor to take into account of the power of working with AI, as long as you don't use it as your end-all be-all. Because it's a fascinating tool to use. Like, one of the things I was doing is turning stories into poems, which is actually pretty interesting. No, it is not. My dad has Chat GPT-4, and we like go back and forth between Grok, DeepSeek, and Chat GPT to see who's the better. And Chat GPT-4 is by far the best, but that's because it's paid for. I think you'd probably get better out of it if you paid for, like, if there was like, you get more stuff if you're like Twitter Premium or whatever, but I'm not really sure. But yeah, the actual paid for Chat GPT is so far the best I've seen it, like everything. My dad uses it for everything. He has his own YouTube channel that he does. Have you ever heard of something called the Seth Material? It's like kind of new age movement idea of like metaphysics and like consciousness meets like science and quantum physics. It's a fascinating read, to say the least. It's a philosophy I subscribe to a lot of it. As my, like, when I heard about it, I was like, man, this is like describes a lot of the base ideas that I have. Like, one thing that I've always thought for like the idea of consciousness is like everything happening at the same time. So there's like no concept of time. It's like every being in existence is all living in the same perception at the same time. And I wrote a short story based upon that, where it's like a guy who he wakes up and every day of his life is a different person. And he just lives one day as that person in that day of their life until he dies. And it's like a flash through his life of like 6 different days that he's lived, from his birthday to his death day. And then like on his deathbed, he's like recalling all these fascinating stories of his past and these days that he's had before he dies. But a lot of my stories have like a lot of dark, deep twists, and like they don't end well at the end, or they're like open-ended enough that the reader, like this one ends with them like stranded on a raft. So as the reader, you can either believe that they die at sea or they happen to be rescued. So it leaves a lot open to interpretation for the reader, which is what I like to do, because I think it makes the story more personal to the reader if you allow their imagination to create and fill in those gaps that you've left like crumbs to follow towards. But I'm gonna take a toke before I read this story. Alright, let's see what he got. The Arindor's hope cut through the churning waters of the Atlantic, its timbers groaning under the weight of a journey that had already stretched far beyond its crew's expectations. It was the year of our Lord 1433, and the vessel, a sturdy whaling ship, hailing from the rugged shores of Brittany, Was I supposed to say Britannia? It fucks up sometimes. I don't know. I'm just gonna say this is Britain. Because it's either Britain or Britannia. I'm like, Brittany. What? Shores of Britain had sailed seaward. Unless Brittany is a place that I don't know of that existed in the 14th century? But, fuck if I know. Sailed eastward into uncharted realms, driven by whispers of new lands rich with whale oil and ambergris. I don't know what that is. Is that like whale fat? A waxy solid substance that comes from the digestive system of sperm whales. Oh, and it like floats on the top of the surface? Oh, okay, so it's like whale puke. But it's used as like a product. That's cool. Captain Alain de Vrez stood at the helm, his salt-crusted beard whipping in the wind, his gray eyes fixed on the horizon. The crew, a hardened lot of 30 souls, had endured much on this voyage. Treacherous storms, dwindling provisions, and the ceaseless gnaw of hunger. Yet they pressed on, lured by the promise of glory and wealth. The storm they'd weathered 3 days prior had been a beast of biblical fury. Lightning had clawed the sky apart, and waves taller than cathedral spires had battered the ship, splintering one of the masts and claiming 2 men of the deep. Then, as if the heavens sought to test them further, a great tremor had shaken the ocean itself, an earthquake beneath the waves, unleashing a tsunami that swept the Endeavor's hope like a child's toy. By some miracle, the ship had held together, its hull battered but intact, its crew bruised but alive. Now the sun broke through the bruised clouds, casting a pale golden light across the endless sea. There was a flicker of hope among the men. Perhaps their trials were at an end. That hope was short-lived. It began with a tremor in the water, a subtle at first, like a ripple of fish breaking the surface. Matthew, the wiry lookout, perched in the crow's nest, squinted into the distance. "Captain," he bellowed, his voice cracking with urgency. "Something stirs to starboard." De Vrez turned sharply, his hand gripping the worn wooden rail. The sea, which moments ago had been a glassy expanse, was now rippling unnaturally. The waves grew taller, their crests curling inward as if drawn towards a hidden center. A low, guttural hum vibrated through the ship, felt more in the bones than heard in the ears. The crew gathered along the starboard side, their faces taut with unease. Jean-Paul, the ship's grizzled first mate, muttered a prayer under his breath, clutching the rosary beads that hung around his neck. Then the whirlpool formed. It erupted with a roar, a spiraling maw of water that foamed, that yawned wide near the ship's starboard flank. The Endeavor's hope lurched violently as the tide seized it, dragging it toward the vortex. Men stumbled, clutching ropes and railings to steady themselves. "Hard to port!" De Vrez shouted, his voice cutting through the rising panic. The helmsman, a burly man named Gilmain, threw his weight against the wheel, but the ship resisted, caught in the relentless pull of the sea. "What devilry is this?" cried Pierre, a young hand-deck, barely out of boyhood, his eyes wide with terror. "No devilry," growled old Thomas, the ship's cooked oldest soul aboard, his voice rough as barnacles. "The sea has its own monsters." As if summoned by his words, the whirlpool shuddered, and from its depths emerged a nightmare made flesh, the colossal tentacle, thick as the ship's mainmast, and glistened with the slickly green sheen, burst from the water, slamming against the hull with a thunderous crack. Splinters flew, and the deck tilted beneath their feet. Another tentacle followed, then another, until 8 monstrous limbs writhed in the air, each tipped with suckers the size of dinner plates, lined with barbed hooks that gleamed in the sunlight. The Kraken had come. Screams erupted from the crew as the beast's head broke the surface, a bulbous, grotesque mass with eyes like twin moons glowing an eerie yellow, its beak sharp and curved as a scythe snapped hungrily at the air. The Endeavor's hope shuddered as the tentacles coiled around it, their grip tightening with every passing second. Devrez roared orders over the chaos. "To the cannons! Fire at will!" The gun crew scrambled to their stations, loading the 4 iron cannons with trembling hands. Powder was rammed home, cannonballs slotted into barrels, and fuses lit. The first shot boomed, a plume of smoke billowing into the sky as the ball struck one of the tentacles. The limb recoiled, oozing a black ichor, and hissed as it hit the water. But the wound was shallow, the beast untendered. The second and third shots followed, tearing into the Kraken's flesh, yet it pressed its attack with relentless fury. A tentacle lashed out, smashing through the port side railing and dragging a screaming cannoneer, little Yivs, into a churning sea. "It's no use," John Paul shouted, his face streaked with sweat and soot. "The cannons can't stop it." The Kraken's grip tightened, planks snapping like dry twigs as it squeezed the ship. The deck buckled, and the remaining mass swayed dangerously. Men hacked at the tentacles with harpoons and swords, their blades bouncing off the rubbery hide or lodging uselessly into its flesh. The beast's eyes fixed on the crew, unblinking and malevolent as it savored their despair. Defrez's mind raced. The ship was lost. He knew it in his gut, but he'd be damned if he let this monster claim his men without a fight. He drew his cutlass, its edge dulled from years at sea, and turned to the crew, their faces pale, bloodied, defiant. Looked to him for salvation. Inspiration struck, born of desperation. "To its eyes!" he bellowed, pointing at the Kraken's glowing orbs. "Climb the beast and blind it! Muskets, aim for the brain!" The men hesitated, the madness of the order sinking in. Climb the Kraken, gouge out its eyes. But the captain's resolve was iron, and in the face of certain death, they found their courage. Jean-Paul rallied a dozen of the strongest, including Matthew, Gilmain, and old Thomas, who clutched a rusty cleaver with grim determination. Each man armed himself with a musket, 1 shot apiece, and a blade or harpoon. The rest stayed behind to hold the deck, slashing at the tentacles to buy their comrades time. The climbers moved as one, leaping onto the nearest tentacle as it coiled around the ship's bow. The surface was slick with slime. Their boots slipped as they scrambled upward. The Kraken thrashed, sensing their intent, and a tentacle swept toward them. Gilmain dodged, but Matthew was not so lucky. Caught in the beast's grip, he was hurled into the sea with a final choking scream. "Keep moving!" Jean-Paul roared, driving his harpoon into the tentacle to steady himself. The men pressed on, clawing their way toward the Kraken's head. Its eyes loomed closer, each the size of a barrel, pulsating with an unearthly light. The air reeked of salt and rot. The beast's breath a hot, fetid blast as its beak clutched below. Old Thomas reached the head first, his wiry frame belying his age. With a guttural cry, he plunged his cleaver into the Kraken's left eye. The blade sank deep, and the torrent of viscous fluid sprayed across his face, burning his skin. The beast shrieked a sound that rattled the men's skulls, and its tentacles spasmed, loosening their hold on the ship. Jean-Paul followed, driving his sword into the same eye, twisting until the orb collapsed into a ruined mess. On the deck, Devrez saw their chance. "Muskets, now!" he shouted to the climbers. Gilmain perched atop a tentacle, leveled his musket at the Kraken's head, aimed for the soft spot between its eyes where the brain might lie. The others followed suit, bracing themselves against the thrashing limbs. 5 shots rang out in ragged succession, the lead balls punching into the beast's skull. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the Kraken shuddered, its remaining eye dimming, its tentacles falling limp into the water with a series of colossal splashes. Black blood clouded the sea as the monster sank, its bulk dragging the whirlpool down with it. A ragged cheer rose from the crew, but it was cut short by a groan from the Endeavor's hope. The ship, crushed beyond repair, was taking on water fast. The deck tilted, and crates slid into the sea. Devrez barked orders to abandon ship, and the survivors, 19 men, all that remained, scrambled to lash together a raft from broken planks and barrels. They worked with frantic haste, the water lapping at their knees as the ship sank beneath them. The raft was a pitiful thing, barely 10 feet across, but it held. The men piled aboard, clutching what little they'd salvaged. A casket, water, sack of salt pork, and a single musket with no powder. The Endeavor's hope gave a final mournful creak before sliding beneath the waves, leaving them adrift in the vast, silent Atlantic. DeVrez sat on the raft's edge, staring at the spot where the Kraken had fallen. "We beat it," he said, his voice hoarse. "By God, we beat it." "Aye," Jean-Paul muttered, nursing a gash on his arm. "But at what cost?" The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky deep crimson. The men huddled together, shivering as the night closed in. They were alive, but stranded, with no land in sight and no way to know if rescue would ever come. The sea stretched endlessly around them, a mirror of glass beneath a sky prickled by the stars. Somewhere in its depths the Kraken lay vanquished, small victory against an ocean that cared nothing for their survival. For now they drifted, clinging to life on a fragile raft, their fate as uncertain as the tides. Damn, that's solid. All right. Our turn. Okay, here we go. Valiant boy, welcome, welcome. Hey man, so, dude, we figured some shit out. Check this out. A passable fantasy story. Yeah, I added emotes. You are currently the only one who can use that, though, because only subscribers can use the Gooner emote. I know, right? I know, right? And then I fixed there's abbreviations, so you can do that or you can do that. And I also set up messages that just go every like certain amount of time. And we made a secondary YouTube channel, so if you want to go check out the YouTube channel, and I'm trying to get feedback on the type of like layout for the story. So we've got a story that's got like AI imagery and then it's me telling the story. We've got a story that's AI imagery with a text to speech, and then we have me reading a short story, and another AI generated imagery with AI reading a short story. So we gotta figure out what's the best format that people like. I'm personally liking the I'm reading the story, but the AI generated images, because it's just fucking funny to see what it comes up with. But yeah, we set all that shit up today. So we're doing it. We're getting there, bro. Today was a big day. Exactly. And then we got these other emotes. We got our roach out. We got our spines. Which is like, this is like for like killing trolls. You know? I just woke up, go taking pills, be right back, bro. Sounds good. And then we have the lurker emote. Because who doesn't love a lurker? Lurkers are the best. I just love the roach out because I stacked 36 lurkers and I just unburrowed them. And I was like, ah! All the roaches scattering everywhere. Oh, it was fucking so good. So good. Mast of the ship creaked as the wind blew. Vandar sat atop the crow's nest with his eyes scoped. The last week on the Hallbender had been brutal. Ship had almost sank several times. The unity and strength of the crew prevailed thus far. And on air turn, voyage stocks full of their treasure. But lacking in supplies. thinking like what kind of positions. I don't think I need to say a position. I think I just need to describe them. Thinking of something to say like the wind doesn't exist. It's like the water shouldn't be stirring like that if the wind doesn't exist. Absent. Harrowing design by which this evil was cast upon. Levi J. Robinson, welcome, welcome. Hey man, how's it going? How's the stream? It's going good. We took our advice of yesterday and we made the AI story before we did the speed run, and I think it's really gonna improve the quality of the story because it's giving us context of like how a ship works, you know, like position wise and stuff like that. It's giving us context to like what a kraken might look like, and it gives us context to like the time period of like the type of weaponry that they might have. So I thought that was also a very interesting little tidbit. But check it out, we have some new things. You can do this. It now works on Twitch, as well as a passable science fiction story. Damn. It's only 65%. That's passable? I mean, it is what it is, right? Can't win them all, boys. Also, if you want, and you want to check out the YouTube channel, I am looking for insight on what type of format would be best. I have me just reading the story. I got a like text to speech reading the story with AI images, and then I have me reading the story with AI images. I split my major empire into provinces, each with different characteristics. Then I played some Skyrim. Nice. I saw you were playing Skyrim. I was gonna hop in, but I didn't have any time. I literally was late to stream because I was trying to freaking set shit up. But I got new emotes, which you can't do on Twitch because Twitch doesn't give me emotes because I'm not affiliate yet. But when we do get them, these will be them. We got the Lurker. We got the Roach Out. And we got Spines. Roach Out is like for raiding. It's just a matter of like viewer count, right? So it's like it'll just happen. It'll just naturally happen over time. Eventually. I mean, looking at my statistics over the last month has been the best my stream has ever done. Ever. So, that's a good sign. But yeah, I'd like some insight on what type of setup. Like, should I just show the screen of, like, I don't know about the text-to-speech ones. It's mainly, like, should I just show the screen, or should I come up with, like, AI images and, like, flash AI images of the story as it's going? Good emotes have a readable silhouette. I'm not quite sure what that means. Readable silhouette. I don't know anything about emotes, though. I just kind of threw those together. Grab your muskets, men. We march upon this beast. I need a tote. It's really hard to tell what's going on with your emotes at a small scale because they're kind of messy and green. Oh, if you've ever played StarCraft, it's a lurker burrowing. It's 36 lurkers unburrowing. And it's a bunch of lurkers killing some marines. Which is like the ban emote kind of thing. Like, hey, spikes, get out of here. Lurkers. Lurkers, kill them all. Kill them all. So it's very specific to if you know StarCraft at all. I love the Roach Out one. That's my favorite. 36 lurkers all unburrowing at the same time and scattering over each other, trying to like escape out of the screen. I thought that was such a cool idea. We live off of the lurkers. The lurkers carry us. Shout out to all the lurkers. Play a little bit of Command and Conquer. Red Alert, if that counts. It's just a specific, like... I don't know, I'm a Zerg player. So, like, I could spot that out of nowhere. I'm like, those are fucking lurkers. Yeah, and now we got, chat commands set up. So this stuff says in chat. So we get messages. And then it will promote certain things. Like we're trying to promote the YouTube channel right now. Because we want to put our short stories up there. And just have that specifically be short stories. As well as like the Clips channel. Mountain Standard Time is 1 hour behind... or ahead of Pacific. So currently it is 3 a.m. Mountain Standard. I think that's 2 hours Eastern. Because Central, because it goes Pacific, Mountain, Central, Eastern. And it's 4 hour time gap. PST is GMT minus 16 or plus 8. And I am PST plus 1. So that's plus 9 or plus 15. Minus 9 or plus 15. Or plus 15 or minus 9. Yeah, it's 7 hours. It's 7 hours, not... It's 8, and then PST is 8, and MST is 7. So it's actually 7 hours. It's minus 7 hours. 13, but it's only supposed to go to plus 12. Well, there's also plus 16. It's just how the time zones work, bro. It's just how the time zones work. Oh yeah, that's right, because we're technically on DT right now. We're on daylight savings time. So we're actually MDT, not MST. Yeah, I fucking hate time zones. I don't know why I'm gonna take that out of there. I want to find a way that it will show you based upon your time zone. That would be interesting. Other than that, like, it's a really shitty... I'm just gonna put 11:30 PST. Because it really doesn't matter. Everyone knows what PST is. Except it's PDT now. Which is, yeah, 1 hour ahead. No, 1 hour behind. Because I always leave my analog clock so I can tell. My analog clock's at 4:25 and it's 3:18. We're almost as west as it gets east. Exactly, right? That's why I've always wondered, how the hell is it plus 12? But it's like, it's just the way it's just the way it works. Tend to give things in GMT because it's what all time zones are relative to. Yeah. Oh, man. Alright, we're getting to the fight scene now. See, I feel like that's going way too fast. I'm so confused. Didn't it just do that? Should be every 15 minutes is try out the commands. Every 30 minutes is talks clips. Every 20 minutes is stories. And then every 60 minutes is my time. Maybe I was just reading it wrong. I'm an idiot. It is what it is. Oh no, I closed that. I didn't mean to close that. It's the one thing I don't want closed. I would have stopped by yesterday. I saw you were doing makeup stuff, and that's really not my speed. I'm glad you feel comfortable doing it, even if it's not what I want to watch. Yeah, no worries. Don't ever feel like you have to come in and watch something like that if you're not comfortable with it or you don't like it. Don't ever feel pressured for that. It's all good, man. I do a lot of different content, so it makes sense that some people are not going to be as comfortable with some of it. Like, people leave when I'm doing stories, people leave when I'm doing games, people leave when I'm doing makeup. It's perfectly natural. That is the cycle of content, right? But I appreciate that, you know, you came back, because we only do that, like, once in a while. And usually it's just makeup. That one was just, like, a troll. I thought it was funny because it was February, and we did the story for Valentine's Day, and I was like, I wish I had done this for Valentine's Day. So I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna do it and do like a lazy day kind of thing. And it was fucking hilarious. I loved it. It was great. All right. What was his name again? Frederick. I think that's a good end. I think that's a fine end. Frederick's Kraken. The mast of the ship creaked as the wind blew. Vandar sat atop the crow's nest with his eye scope. The last week on the Harbinger had been brutal. The ship had almost sank several times, but the unity and strength of the crew prevailed thus far. The whaling ship was on a return voyage, the stocks full of their treasure, but lacking in supplies. Vandar leaned in and squinted as he gazed across the horizon. Alas, no land to behold. He sighed and put the glass away. He reached into his rugged would-be shirt and pulled out his flask. He raised it to his lips and shook it fiercely. He suckled upon it for the last drip, but none came. He shoved the sour-tasting bottle back into his jacket, climbed down the mast to tell the captain he saw no land. Captain Frederick Survein was a legendary whaler among the royalty. He had made his wealth through bargains of territorial fishing licenses and whaling permits. Having a monopoly on most of the Atlantic at this point, he was now in it for the thrill of the kill. He looked over at Vandar and placed his arm around his neck, nearly squeezing the worn-out old man to death. "We be good, mate. None take what we squander. Remember, if you see it, I own it." He laughed as he looked back at his men. "The way I see it, boys, only those with the will to survive will ever try to venture these parts. I consider myself a twice dead man in my life, so what is a third, right?" The men gave a cheer at his usual speech. It worked. That was what counted. The hardships of the past they had endured because of their faith in him. His skill as a navigator and his knowledge of the seas, compiled with his logistical capabilities, mapping and surveying, had always gained him more than he could ever ask for. Grayman was a gruff, burly man with his muscles that appeared to be bursting from his body. He was a master of ropes, and he had saved the ship many a time from the tides, waves, and wind herself. He felt something stirring in the air, ever since that unmistakable earthquake. Never in his 40 years at sea had he seen waves so high. What could have caused such a monstrosity in the middle of nowhere? His hair stood on end as he gazed over the railing, watching the ship glide through the stirring sea. It was not the calm of such absent wind. It was something more. He sturdied the ropes in his hands as he tied the mast in place. The sun was beginning to peek over the horizon. The red, orange, and purples of dawn drew all the sky ablaze. He loved night watch. The sunrise was a sacred moment in this lost place. He never felt quite at home on land. That was what set him to sea. But now, here, he had seen long ago. It was not just the land, for the sea had not been the one to call either. It had not been for a place or a calling. It had been for a time. Since he had discovered this, the sea seemed the most fitting to him. Travel to far lands and see odd sunrises, but he had always loved the open sea for the lack of obscurity. Had the majesty of this sight clasped between her bosom. Grayman jolted and pressed his foot hard against the railing to steady himself. "All hands above deck!" he bellowed as he felt another wave crash against the ship. Had the watch fallen asleep? There was no call of wind or a storm. Why would the waves be so mighty as to press us noticeably? He thought to himself. The light of the newborn dawn was streaking across the sea, unveiling the harrowing design by which this evil was cast upon them. The whirlpool spread its tendrils of broken surface across the cleansed surface of the sea, its depths drawing a maw apart with such vast dilation that it swore to swallow the ship whole. Burst from the depths the beast did. My eyes but behold the terror! The thoughts like needles in his head as he stared towards his doom. What the fuck did I just press? Captain called to action. Men, take stations, ready the cannons! The burst of waves as the creature's arms thrust from the water in all directions. The ship was surrounded, headed for the gaping mouth of the Leviathan. The men scrambled to fire their cannons, the iron striking the Kraken with a mighty impact, driving several of its arms into the depths of the sea. From the sight of the naive, it was finished. For those who know such things as miracles do not happen to men. Hold fast! Prepare your weapons! Grab your muskets! Men, we must march upon this beast! The tentacles of the Kraken wrapped around the ship as if to draw it to them all, with unwavering hunger. The men charged with cutlass and knife in hand as they stabbed the creature and climbed upon its flesh, using their weapons as leverage to scale to its face. "The eyes!" Frederick shouted as he shot his musket into the eye of the creature. It writhed, and the men who were unsturdied were wrenched from their swords and cast into the ocean. The screams dying as the splash of the water parting took them into its sweet slumber. Frederick looked in horror as he stabbed the creature's eye. The ship was beyond repair. Their loot was lost. He was burning with fury. How could this be his end? He said to himself as he pulled his rifle from his back and shot the lead into the beast. He retreated as Grayman came behind him and fired his musket towards the creature's eye. It burst, bloodied and swelling, oozing with viscous liquid. The men steadied as the creature tried to shake them off. It was futile. They had dug in like barnacles. "Retreat!" called the captain as he pulled back his sword and leapt from the face to one of the arms of the creature and then to the bow of the ship. He ran towards the cannon and shouted for the men to help him to hurl it. They aimed the cannon at the beast and fired. The tentacles gave way and released the ship. The Kraken screamed a guttural, watery gurgle as it timidly slunk beneath the waves, the scars upon its body a testament to its resolve and hunger. The men scrambled to gather all the loose materials and supplies they could as the ship began to sink. Grayman gathered up all the extra and loose rope, tying sturdy knots as he snapped barrels and bent planks, securing them into a makeshift raft. The remaining men gathered in the early morning light as the sunset beat down upon them, the adrenaline and rush of the encounter now leaving them to regale the fact that none shall believe them if they were to ever be found. If they are ever found. Frederick was glad his men were safe and alive, for as long as he returned to shore with head to body and heart filled with blood, his empire would still be there to greet him. Alright. That's like it's kind of short compared to this one, but still it's pretty decent. And we're at the 3-hour mark, so I was only gonna do 3 hours today, but we're still gonna play Monster Hunter because we need to play Monster Hunter. So we'll play a little bit of Monster Hunter. And then we'll call it a day. Just gotta quickly do this. All right. Get rid of this. Over here. This. Oh, something went wrong here. There we go. Something went wrong. As always. There we go. Much better. Oh boy, stretch those legs out. I need to grab some water before we start though. I'll be right back. We did a lot of talking. Alright, toke time, boys. Get your tokes ready. Oh, we gotta change the scene. There we go. Better. Much better. Yeah, man. To each their own. Hell yeah. Oh, need to click on this. I can always do that. Alright, that should be good. There we go. Available SOSs. My damn mic is falling. Good Tuesday for everyone. That's right, I guess it is kind of Tuesday now. Right. Shrieking Legiona, no thanks. Excuse me, Elatrion, Lunastra, 19 minutes. It's a pretty short hunt. We could do the Odogaron, sure. I like Odogaron. Odogaron's fun when the J-Ho's not there. Who's your favorite Bleach character? I've recently started it. My favorite Bleach character is Ulu Quiora. 30-something episodes in. Nice. I congratulate you on actually being able to make it through, because Bleach is notorious for literally having, like, more than half of the show is filler arcs of just bullshit stuff. So if you don't want to watch that, you can actually look up a guide as to how to watch Bleach without the filler and get the actual main story, and it's only like 100 episodes, not 300. Otherwise, you're going to be sitting through like 60 episodes focused around Khan that are fucking stupid and bullshit. I mean, the ones that are like the whatever brigade people, the spiritual people, like Ichigo's little sister and stuff, like, or Urahara's gang, the little kids, recently finished Naruto, filler and all. Well, nice. I love the end of Naruto. Fucking this fight. Okay, I didn't know it was that long, but we'll watch it after this. We'll watch it after this. Because it's what I'm basing, like, what the monk character in my book after. People complain so much about Infinite Tsukiyomi arc, but it's really not that bad paced. Yeah, I mean, it's fair. I watched it week to week, like, while it was airing. So it was brutal being like, oh my god, another bullshit story of a dream. Oh my god, it's the trope of it's a dream. But it's definitely like, I love the concept behind it. Like, Naruto has one of the greatest, like, character arc transformations in any anime ever. Like, from being the depressed little kid that's, like, literally sucks at shit, to being the fucking Hokage. Yeah, not being able to skip through everything is so bullshit. Yeah, man. Like, there's so much around, like, hate around the trope, but still, it's like, I have that with One Piece. Like, I could never get into One Piece, and I thought One Piece was bad. And then I knew someone who watched all of One Piece, and they explained One Piece to me, and I was like, oh my god, it's just a filler, I can't get into it. And I've tried to watch it, but I've watched, like, all of the fights. Like, I've literally, like, watched compilations of every single fight in the entire anime, like, multiple times. The fights are amazing. I don't really give a shit about the storylines behind them, I just want to see the fights. And the stuff with, like the new stuff, like, I've only seen up to when Luffy goes 5th gear and becomes, Joy Boy. And, like, kills Kaido. But I haven't actually seen anything past that yet. Yeah, Naruto, Dragon Ball Z, and One Piece. They're the 90s anime that, like, all the 90s, all us 90 kids grew up watching. And it's like, I didn't really care for pirates, so I could never get into One Piece. I wish I did, because I fucking love the concept behind it. And the world is so fucking massive. And it's the only still running anime of that time. Nargacuga, what are you doing here? Get out of here, Nargi. That's what I watch when I play OSRS. You play OSRS, bro? Hell yeah, dude. What's your total level? I'm only at like 2014 total level or something like that on my my guy. But I almost have a bill in my bank. I got some pretty good shit. I'm just a Slayer god. I just mainly do Slayer. Yeah, I know, unfortunately he died last year. That was so unfortunate. But that's how it is. Death will take us all one day. Iron Man with a T-bow. $2,200-ish. He just carried with him generation and generations of memories. Yeah. Like, him dying is probably how people felt when Tolkien died. Like, that's the kind of influence that he has in the world. 2196. Yeah, Valiant Boy, did you go check out the short stories and let me know if I should use the AI generated images or if I should just use, like, me talking? I don't know what would be best. So I'm just gonna kind of alternate back and forth until I can get some actual feedback on it. Thank you, good sir. I have 5 videos up, I think, now. And I realize you can only upload 10 videos a day on YouTube. Like, that's the limit. I also realize I can't put thumbnails up because I can only have my phone verified through 2 YouTube channels, and I have it verified through my main channel, and through my clips channel. So I'm unable to make thumbnails for the channel for a year, which I think is fucking stupid. I'm like, wait, what? What if you have like a bunch of different channels and shit? I have to get like a fucking different phone for that? Fuck that. That's bullshit. So I'll just be unverified and no thumbnails. And I wish I had done that with that one and not the clips one, because the clips one I'm not using thumbnails for. So it's kind of a shot in the foot. Maybe I can like unverify myself with the phone number. I don't know. It's something I'd have to look into to be able to read. But then it's probably gonna be like, you've already done it already. It's like I wanted to use a separate account to stream on. Schlag's got like 20 phones because of some weird exploit. Yeah, I fucking believe that. I fucking believe that. It's such a gong show. That's why I don't actually care. That's why it's like, it's for me, and if and when and but. Other than that, it's just, because like, since I started streaming, I mean, I think I've improved my writing. I've written like 30 or 40 stories just on my own. Oh, we captured it. It's dead. I've expanded like the depth of detail, like zooming in on my lore for my book. We wrote the first chapter, even though it needs to be revised, and I've realized how it needs to be revised now. So we'll eventually do that. We'll probably do that after Monster Hunter Wilds, like near the end of March. We'll let it sit, and we'll let the ideas sit and cook in my head. But I know exactly how I need to change the chapter to make it into the perfect chapter. But we're going to expand on vocabulary. We're going to expand on just writing in general and being able to articulate ourselves and being more descriptive and direct. And then when we finally get to that point, I think it'll be a fucking beautiful thing. But anyways, I want to watch this because this shit is intense. We're going to watch this. Your writing is pretty alright. Definitely better than 99% of people's. Yeah, I mean, like, that's what people tell me. Like, I don't really, like, I'm like, okay. But I don't want to be, like, my own critic because I'm biased. I'm like, yeah, sure, my writing's good, but I don't really have anything to compare it to. That's why it's like, for instance, okay, this is one thing I wanted to do that I never did. Let's do this before we do the video. And this, or not Twitch, Twitter. We want Grok. And we want, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the writing of a child, 10 being the writing of Stephen King, how does this story rate on okay, well, let's go like this. Let's go rate this story on a scale of 1 to 10. One being the writing of a child, 10 being the writing of Stephen King. How does this story rate? There it goes. One of what I would call my best writings. A Day in a Life. Actually, do deep search. All right, guys. It's all up to AI. It's gonna do its thing, and we're gonna come back to it after this epicness.
増援が来たところでお前らはただの砂利。今さら何もできんぞ。奴がまだは。ああ、そうだ。僕の先方の螺旋丸が当たった方。それも大丈夫です。先方？戦術ですか？そう。奴には戦術しか効かない。それともう一つ。体術による物理的ダメージ。先生は確かその戦術があまり。そう、正直戦術は苦手でね。チャクラの練り上げに時間がかかりすぎる上、長時間維持できない。八門遁甲第7教門。青い蒸気。
That's unfortunate. I just find, like, the way that the Japanese do it, like, there's just way more expression.
Gaia 先生、大丈夫ですか？ああ、すまない。リー。大丈夫か？ガイ。ああ。右腕と
Never heard it.
やつは強すぎる。待て、カカシ。まだ体術がダメと決めつけるのは早い。しかし、俺たちの青春はまだ色あせちゃいない。確かに望むことが全てできるわけじゃない。しかし、やるべきことはいつも望んでからでなければ始まらん。お前、まさかこの葉の青き猛獣は終わり、赤き猛獣となる時が来たようだ。まさか最後の指紋。ガイ、それはダメだよ。よく考えるんだ。ガイ先生、ガイ先生にとって今が本当にその時なのですか？リー、そんな顔するな。今度はお前が笑ってみていろ。たとえ忍術や現実は使えなくても立派な忍者になれることを証明したいですってな。だからお前も自分の道を信じて突っ走ればいい。俺が笑って見てられるぐらいの強い男になれ。チャクラが指紋の転結に向かっているな。第8指紋海八門遁甲の陣。
スーパーサイヤン。
大切なものを死んでも守り抜くとき。赤い蒸気、八門全開時特有の血の蒸気というやつか。確かにそうだ。だがただ朽ちて落ちるわけではない。それは新たな青葉の養分となるのだ。なるほど、とてつもない痛みだ。だがもう慣れた。次こそ連続、隙は与えない。空気を殴りつけぶつけてくる体術技か。いわゆる空気砲。何よりそれを作り出す拳に直接やられるのは避けた方がいいだろう。やったか。八門遁甲の陣とやり合うのは稀だ。せっかくだ、相手をしてやる。空中を蹴り上がってくるとは。リー、お前悲しくなんかありません。俺たちはガイのサポートだ。聞いてくれ。 先生、奴のあの黒い武器が厄介でさ。
ちゃんと存在し目視して終えるなら君のカムイも通じるということ。そしてマダラから離してしまえばコントロールを失わせられる。ガーラ君、砂を準備してくれる？
俺の砂でカカシを上空へってことだろうが、俺の砂のスピードでは奴の攻撃の的になるぞ。
リー君、君も8問を？僕は6問までしか開けません。いや、それでいいんだよ、リー君。やはり早い。いいタイミングだ、リー君。柱間以来だ、このワクワクは。まだ踊れるだろう。さらに別の技はないのか？もっと楽しませてく
I
れ。
fucking love that is the Monarch's response when everybody's fucking coming at him and trying to take him down. He's just standing there laughing, smashing spells at them, throwing everything he has at them, holding them back, and he's just like, you got more than this, bring it on, you see those dragons over there, they got nothing on me, bitch. And he's just literally to the point of it's Goku and Frieza on Namek, but it's like the Monarch is just annihilating the planet, and he's just sitting there laughing at his own power, essentially. And, yeah, that's when Gaia's like, well, fuck this shit, we can't win. And basically the planet's fucked anyways and bursts out of the planet. Yes! Yes! Do you want my shadow clones to use Susano? The handicaps! Oh, it's so beautiful.
Oh, はじめまして。うちの子がこれからアカデミーでお世話になります。
父さん、
仲良くしてやってくださいね。
いや、それは無理ですな。
そこ洗うとこなの？
ほら、カカシ、失礼だぞ。
父さんの方がもう失礼かましちゃってるでしょ。と、そろそろ行かないと時間に遅れちゃうよ、父さん。
ああ。では、カカシ。
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of how it is, because at some point the Monarch's like summoning like meteor after. That's how he basically takes out the dragons, is with meteors, and then he's like summoning behemoths, who are also casting meteors, and it's like, the fuck do you beat something like that? He's like, you want to see my beasts, and he just like pulls out freaking. It's basically like Cerberus and Behemoth combined. So it's like a behemoth with 3 heads. And I love how the name is so simple, just Night Guy. It's so beautiful. And that's kind of like what magic does to you if you overdo it. It's like Midoriya in My Hero Academia, where he can't fully control his powers, so he can only use them, and he's like breaking his fingers multiple times. They really build towards 8th Gate from the Chunin exam arc. Yeah, I love the fact that they, like, there's only a few people that do taijutsu, but taijutsu is so specific to that it's like they've created this entire thing. Like, I love the fight between Rock Lee and I don't know the guy, but the guy who did the 7 heavenly breaths. Like, his own individual, like that kind of shows, like, the way that chakra can be used if it's not tuned to a certain way. Like, it's left to the imagination and truly trained out. Opens a few. Like also with Rock Lee when he's using, like, imagine him with 8th Gate in Drunken Fist mode. He would kill Madara. I think Rock Lee, Drunken Fist mode, at Guy's age, with the continued progression, would be able to kill any canonic character in Naruto. It'd be like Ultra Instinct. Have you ever watched Hunter x Hunter? Because, so imagine that, and then the Netero versus Meruem fight. It's like a major theme of Naruto is passing down the knowledge and being surpassed by future generations. Yep. And it all started with Naruto stealing a sacred scroll that wasn't even supposed to be learned. Oh man, you should watch Hunter x Hunter too. I won't spoil anything. Hunter x Hunter is fucking amazing. It's so... And it's pretty short too. It's only like 170 episodes. Let's see what's on the board. Another Glavenus. Furious Regime! 170 sounds really manageable. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Oh, Black Clover is so good too. I have a disc plate on my wall of Asta with like his demon wing sticking out of him with the blade going up, and it's like purple and blue, and he's got the other blades on the ground. It's fucking beautiful. We're gonna be using Gunland. Actually, no, we're gonna be using HBG with Sticky. Where's Sticky HBG? Is this Sticky? Wait. Yeah, this is the Rajang weapon. This is the Sticky. Okay. Black Clover really hit its peak just before the elves showed up. Yeah, I like the idea of, like, the... what do you call it? The guys who eat the stones to gain power. It's like in the same kind of concept in... why am I blanking? Why am I blanking? Oh, I need equipment. Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail. Finral fight his brother was absolute highest. Yes! Oh my fucking god, that was beautiful. That was... oh my god. No! Is there not a chest? Can I not get supplies? Am I fucked? I don't have sticky ammo creation shit. What the fuck? There's no... oh, well, it doesn't matter. They died anyways. Didn't matter. Finral, I think, also has like one of the most dynamic character arcs. Like, Asta pretty much stays the same through the entire thing, but he just gains like, instead of just being like naive confidence, he actually gains the power to back up that confidence, which I think is a really cool concept. And but like Finral, from like being like almost feeling like a back character, like why is he here, and being literally just dragged around so Yami can go to the bathroom is like such a great thing for him to like come into his own. And yeah, it was fucking amazing. I love Finral. But my favorite character is I can never remember how to pronounce her name. The fire bitch. I always want to call her Melania. Merlina Vermilion. Yeah. She's my favorite female character type. Fucking crazy, strong fucking bitch. Just like in your fucking face, like, yeah, you can't fucking challenge me. I love it. You rip my arm off, I'm fucking going for more. I fucking love that shit. I haven't fought an Aragon in a while. Oh, it's been too long. Fuck! Bring back that Rajang. Where was that Rajang? Someone do that Rajang. Yeah, Miralina. It's close enough to Melania that I'm thinking it's Melania. Yeah, exactly, right? It's not just her personality, it's also her looks, it's also just the fire. It's beautiful. No, I did it again! Oh my god, I did it again! I went into the quest without grabbing fucking supplies. I don't have ammo. Fuck! I'm an idiot. My friend's mom is hot for Yami. Yami is a pretty good character, not gonna lie. Fuck, the scene of him passing the sword to Asta when they're fighting the gravity guy, that is fucking peak cinema. Okay, it's your turn. It's like in Hero Academia when All Might fights All for One like on TV for like the second time, and he like uses everything he has, and he's standing there in like his like minimized form being like, "You're next," basically saying like, "I'm passing the mantle to you, Midoriya. My time has come." I fucking love that shit. It's so badass. It's like, everyone knows the only good way to have an anime is have that really, really awesome character die. That's why I think in the universe where the fans didn't save Goku and Gohan became like the true character of Dragon Ball Z, I think the entire series would have gone in a completely different direction, and it would have been fucking beautiful. But it just had to be like, oh hey, you know, it's you can't kill Goku. Fuck. I can't even change my weapons. Like, this is how it's supposed to be with Gunner. But then you bring all the supplies with you. So if I didn't bring any of the supplies with me. Oh, right. I totally forgot. Thank you. Thank you, Valiant Boy. See, that's why you're here. I zone out too much. I can't multitask. Why am I drinking a potion? Fuck, I can't hit shit. More like Valiant Boy. Indeed! Indeed, Levi. I mean, he's taken up a role that no one's ever thought possible before. And I never got a chance. I was gonna click on those clips. Did you clip something? Tried to find how actually delete ban words automatically and being notified. You need to join the Discord and add me as a friend on Discord. I try to find how actually delete ban word. There shouldn't be any banned words, though. Anyone can say whatever the fuck they want. Unless they're spamming. If they're spamming, then we ban them. But, well, we time them out, but. This thing better die before I run out of ammo. Or we die. Look, it's delete, but we can see the words. No, I deleted all the banned words. Because there shouldn't be any banned words. Anyone can say whatever they want. I want to change. I found it yesterday. I don't know why there were a bunch of banned words. I don't know what messages were deleted or not. I was not looking at the chat. I was... Oof. I was working with Botrix all day trying to get all the emotes and, like, the things. So if you have any command ideas, let me know. Because I want to add a bunch more commands. Ah! Fuck. No, I'm dead. Okay, I understand. I can't see, but me, yes. Okay. That sounds about right. Don't worry, I will find it. Found it. Shit, man. I am not prepared for this at all. Are you fucking kidding me? Hey, Valiant Boy, I found your counter. Zesty Brew. Oh shit. Yeah, if you get any clips. Oh no. It's like what? It's like that? I don't know what that is. Oh, like when I delete this message and at the bottom it shows brackets deleted. But it doesn't actually delete the message because it's spread across multiple platforms, so it can't delete the message. No, don't have any words. There shouldn't be any words. All words are safe words. Unless the community decides. The community can vote to ban a word if someone is, like, using it too much. Or we just ban that person. There's not enough people here for that, so we just ban the person. There's no point in restricting anyone's... What if someone's writing a story and they want to put an excerpt in that contains that word? I think that's bullshit. On a writing channel, say whatever the fuck you want. Because you just imagine it's part of a book. Okay, I'm out of ammo. This is not good. He's not dead yet. I can fix that. I found on Twitch, but not on Kick, but that's a detail. Fuck, another guy's dead. Another one down! Another one bites the dust! What if HP Lovecraft joins the chat and wants to post a short story with several N-words throughout? I think that's fine. If it's only if it's historically accurate to the piece. If you took an excerpt from Tom Sawyer or Huckleberry Finn, I think it would be exactly the same. Because in that time period, that's what it's for. And you have to respect the time period that it's from. As long as it is only ever used in the context of that and not excerpting it in order to be allowed to say the word. It must have it as a separate... Like, the word itself cannot be the reason why you posted the excerpt, for example. But if the excerpt is relative in any way to writing and happens to contain the word, then that's fine. Yeah, I mean, if you're watching, like I would say, after this, I'll show you a very good example of this. Yes, but I don't take a person for their work. Like, for instance, like, just because someone was racist does not mean I devalue the actual work. I don't think of the person who made the work. I think of the work itself. So if it ever came out that, let's say, Tolkien was a massive racist, which people, like, some people claim he was, it wouldn't change how good of a story he has, and his perspective on it wouldn't change your perspective on it because of the way he wanted people to interpret it as opposed to the way that people did interpret it, because it was just so universal. But it's not thinking that, oh, there's no black people in it. Well, it's because it's from that, like, if you're writing a historical fiction from an area, you know, that has Vikings in it, you're not going to have black people in it. Yay, we killed it. But a great example of this would be if someone wanted to do this, for instance.
I mean, everybody just focus so far. Go on.
Bro, I banned nobody, don't worry, I'm just monitoring your stream and try to find and fix your problems, that's all. Oh no, I'm just saying, like, just specifically, like, I don't know why, but there was a bunch of banned words, and I was like, okay, that's weird. And then you were talking about banned words. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about, but if that was you, and you're talking about deleting them, that's the reason why, because I deleted them. But yeah, no, don't, like I said, you're God. So don't, just do what you gotta do, and if I modify it, that's just the way it is. I've got plans to go through reading the H.P. Lovecraft anthology on stream, and I've got to figure out how to deal with all the N-words. Might just substitute it with Noah. I would just substitute it with black. The black man. Or even just like whoever it's referring to, right? But I see how that could be a problem to go through it and be like, every time you see the word come up, it's like, okay, well, who are they referring to before you read it out? I mean, doing that is like doing frack in Battlestar Galactica, right?
I can smell the bitch in you. Ooh, that vintage bitch. You must have Alzheimer's, old man. You already forgot that ass whooping? Uh-oh. I hear you coming.
And as I watched Stinkman move blindly around the ring, I had a terrifying realization. He wasn't a trained swordsman, and he didn't have super hearing. He was a blind old man who had just gotten lucky.
Granddad! Wait! No! Stop!
Come on, Granddad.
You know, we could all be reading a book right now.
Great reference. Great reference. I mean, I guess this is a bad clip. I didn't realize he only says it once at the very beginning. I was expecting him to, like... Yeah, he's dead. He's dead.
Dang, Granddad, you don't have to kill him. And so...
Yeah, so they don't even... But you get the point, right? Where it's contextually appropriate, then it is fine. But other than that, it is not fine. You get the boot. I think we'll do one more hunt. This time I'm actually going to get the right items. And then we're going to call it a night. Your camera disappeared in chat too. Oh. Thank you. My take is that it's okay to say, but it's not okay to call someone. I can stand behind that. I can stand behind that. Yeah, I do a great job. You're carrying me, Valium. Like, your shoulders are like, fuck, why am I blanking on his name? The fuck is his name? Is it Copernicus? The guy who's holding up the world. Yeah, it has the picture, but it doesn't say... This is Olympian gods, but it doesn't say who it is. Is it Zeus holding up the world? I'm not exactly sure. But yeah, you know this. That's you, Valium boy. That's my stream. You too. You carrying my morning humor. We laughing, and without you, no stream, no content, nothing. Yup. So, we just keep going. Keep rolling and going and chugging along and, you know, do what we gotta do. Should we do Fatalis? Let's do Fatalis with... Oh my god, what's going on? Why am I failing to join? Do they want me to end the stream? Fuck off. I mean, I guess I could still join it. You are the main character? Well, you know what everyone says. Frodo's not the main character in Lord of the Rings. Sam is. You're my Sam.
無属性武器だと力の抑制はできなさそうだな。気をつけてくれ。
You deserve it, and I just doing my best now at like moderator normal job. Frodo is. It's just that the language film isn't well suited to capture spiritual turmoil. It's very true, but it's like you can definitely say that like through like. Oh, this is a Latrian, not Fatalis. I'm an idiot. I meant to do Fatalis, not a Latrian. I don't have an elemental weapon. I just have... Well, I think we just died. So I don't think it matters. Yeah, we all just died. The Sam chapters are highlights of the story. Don't worry, I'm not here always, too. Yeah, no worries. That's all good. No one expects you to. It's like the contrast between the sturdiness of Sam's character and the fall of Frodo throughout, like, especially the last...
Sophistication just being vaporating LMAO LMAO LMAO. Valium boy just parading parroting petite parasites plundered privileged patrons.
Respect bot, okay? Always respect the bot. Respect God.
Sorry spory Valium, I forgot I am her slave. I will suck that fat CKV boy.
That's a discussion with me and the bot. He's joking with you.
Bot don't make jokes, they arrange them.
Last chapter 2 of Towers is a really tough read. Sam is struggling to deal with the apparent death of Frodo. He's clear he doesn't have the strength to go through with the quest without Frodo's loyal presence. Yeah. I always feel like that when I was reading, like, Sword of Truth with Richard. It's like every point he makes in his life, something is there to like throw him under, essentially. And it's like the second he gets on top, something happens. It's like he finally, you know, defeats the main boss. Oh, it's not the main boss,
Yeah,
and it was your
Valiant.
dad.
You want what? I know I am nothing. Please don't ban me.
Gallium, you want to show them what they get if they subscribe? You know what's the best? You know what's the best one of those? Oh, I'll have to do it after this quest. Bot functions. Good job, bro. Hell yeah, dude. We spent all day figuring this shit out. I don't know what those commands are supposed to do. That's why I said, write me a list of what the commands are supposed to do and I'll make them. But I don't know what the commands are supposed to do. So it's like, how can I make a command that I don't know what it's supposed to do? It's like, I don't know, I don't even know what the commands are for the emotes that I made. I tried to like get them, but it wouldn't work, and I was like, I'm just a fucking idiot. I don't understand. The stream's coming up. Sam's strength in the books comes from him being a loyal servant to Frodo. Frodo's weakness comes from him having to bear something beyond human fathoming. Yeah, and the fact that like Tolkien said that he wrote Sam's character based on someone that was under his command, in World War I, where it's like, if you look at that, it's like he's portrayed like a loving, brotherly, what's the opposite of superior officer? Yeah, whatever the opposite of that is. Fuck. And he's like loyal to the end, which Tolkien believed was beyond him. Like that the guy he based Sam off of had better character and stronger character than him, and a drive and a will to see it forward. You working or holidays? No, I don't work tomorrow. We were gonna have a short stream so I could just chill, because I never got, like, I was like making videos all day. I still have 2 videos I need to make, and I've like backlog of content. So like, I was gonna do that. And I wanted input on like the style, whether I should do the AI or just have me saying the stories. Because I think the AI pictures are funny. Tolkien didn't believe in moral paragons aside from Jesus. That's why Frodo had to fail in the end. Yeah, that's why basically the god of the world had to interfere in order for it to actually come to pass. And that's kind of one of the most powerful things for someone like looking in and realizing that it's like the only reason that Gollum fell and the only reason why Gollum was there was like through divine intervention. And without that divine intervention, Frodo would have become another Gollum. I love that kind of idea. That you get 99% of the way there, and then something outside of your hands. It's like, it reminds me a lot also of like in a completely different context, but like the end of The Lovely Bones, where it's like the guy doesn't get caught or anything, he just happens to die stupidly at the end. And it's like, that's the world's justice, essentially. That he never got the satisfaction of ever, like, you know, getting praise from anyone, essentially. And it just all kind of ended and was done with. I love that kind of idea. I think that's powerful. The greatest hero of before Frodo's time failed in the same situation. It's no wonder Frodo did too. Exactly, and that's kind of like in my book, how it's like all these generations, even the dragons before couldn't take on the monarch, and even Gaia herself is worried about him. So it's like even through all this struggle and everything, she has to wind up basically destroying the planet, and even then, he's technically still not dead. He's on the shell of a planet. So there is kind of a somewhat of a backstory idea of them flying through space as a domed planet and reaching like a technological state of basically being able to go to space, and they break through the barrier and the entirety of the firmament falls apart and they basically destroy the planet. And it's like no matter what you do, everything will always end. But that's why I want those kinds of values and those kinds of ideas to be in my book. Like the love between Aragorn and Eowyn. It's like, it's something that needs to wait for the tides of war to be done. They need to do their task before, you know, they can be selfish. And that's kind of how I want two of the characters to be in the book. Is that very much anime style best friends, but you know that they actually love each other. They just, like I said, the best example of that is the way that Winry treats Ed's automail. And that's kind of what it is it's going to be the female character is a smith, and it's the way that she like crafts armor and stuff like that, and the way she treats this guy's specific armor and weaponry as opposed to like other people and stuff. It's like it's sacred to her almost. Damn, 37,716. That's insane power level. Tenderness rather than affection. Exactly. It's a powerful differential, but it means basically all of the difference. It's like the difference between like father and dad. It's like you can be a father as in like you fathered the child, but like being a dad means that you're like there, right? At least to most people. It's like, man, I am narrowly fucking escaping this shit. He's down! And we're out of sticky ammo. But he should be dead soon. Okay, I need to put on my... Did I miss him? I must have missed him. I should rewatch FMAB. I was like 14 last time I watched it. Yeah, man, Brotherhood is so good. I mean, I grew up with the classic, but after watching Brotherhood, it's like, oh my god, it's a completely different thing. I understand. It's like think about it now, it's like one's an AI story, one's an actually written story. And it's like, one feels super rushed. And honestly, I'd say the AI story is Brotherhood. It's a lot more coherent together and placed and paced and like explanatory towards like everything. So one thing I'm feeling right now is that there's no progression, and I'm kind of getting bored of this. Maybe I'll go back to playing Path of Exile tomorrow. And we'll do some Path of Exile just to get it out of our system before... And test out the new map tab. And see if they put in any changes that fucked our build. And then we'll just wait for Thursday for Wilds. But we're gonna do like... We're gonna do like a week straight of nothing but Wilds. And we're just gonna go fucking hard on Wilds. I mean, I've been following Quinn's adventure. I mean, have you seen my microtransactions? I literally got into the beta because I've spent so much money on the game. Because I want to support them. Because I know my money's going to a good place. I love how bites is like a curse word. Another one bites the dust. Freaking censoring queen here. What is this? It's not even Chinese. Fuck. He's an angry boy. I feel like bites has the bites my ass connotation. Well, I mean, like, it's a game about monsters. Like, biting is, like, should be, like, a standard word. Even though I can only think of Futurama. Now there is a good... The best story ever told. And he left for no reason. That's literally my fucking spelling. Alright, well, we're gonna call it there. So, as always, thanks for watching, guys. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, let's find someone to raid, boys. Where are we going today? Who we dropping on today? Who is out there? Fuck you, Levi. Yeah, man. Have a good night, brother. We will be on again tomorrow. Same time as always. And yeah, I guess we'll be playing some PoE tomorrow. Let's do that. Let's do some PoE. Let's see.
What Maurice had just told them had clearly dissipated from her character, and she now seemed more eager than before.
Alright, we know who we're raiding now. Let's do this. What? That's not what I want. Here we go, boys. It's a raid! Wee 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 air raid, air raid, air raid. Let's go!
Hasn't been a record of anyone able to kill one. Although I do remember an old tale, someone managed to cut up. Oh! Hey! Hey! Desassification! Thank you so much! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you for the raid! Hello! I'm good, how are you? I'm just, yeah, writing away my fantasy novel. How are you? How have you been? Hello, different tag. How are you? How is everybody? Thank you so much for the raid from the bottom of my heart. Oh, just played some Monster Hunter? Wait. Is Monster Hunter out already? I thought it was gonna be like later. Oh, and you're also writing a novel. What are you writing? Oh, okay, right. Okay, it's now out. Okay, worlds. Cool. Cool. Yeah, I usually, like, in the afternoon and evenings, I stream gaming as well. And my main viewers, they were talking about it, so we were thinking of playing together. I usually stream, like, Diablo 4, Rivals sometimes. It's gonna be Diablo 4 channel. But yeah, morning, because I stream writing Final Fantasy.
Okay,
so.
Chris, I was wondering what happened to you.
Oh, that is
because I
really
didn't realize
cool.
you gifted me a sub, sweetheart, until I
Which
looked
of
up
the